Serena, how are you doing? Good morning. Hello. How did your stream go yesterday? I did not get to hang out. I was actually busy at work and it was so nice. It was so nice. Let's get all settled in my chairs is. That is a little bright. I'll turn the brightness down just a smidge. Turn my lights down. A little better. Properties. Auto brightness. No, thank you. Gain down. Let's see. Turn that down. Can I turn this back up? Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay. All right. That's nice. Okay. Amber Art Tart, hello. Morning. It is extremely early for you, so that would make sense. You are West Coast. It is hella early for West Coast. Streamers good work on face scrubbies and then spun your Turkish spindle for a bit. Non-TDF. Yes, TDF starts today. Tour de Fleece. It's ironic that I am spinning because I'm not participating in TDF in Tour de Fleece this year. I just have too many things. All the things going on. And I don't need to worry about one more thing. There we go. I just don't need to worry about it. I think this was it. Yeah, because the other end's the other. Okay. Match the colors back up. Oh, that's what it was. Spinning other yarn. I didn't put my settings back. There we go. That feels better. Amber, how are you doing? How's it going? What's shaking bacon? We are on, so we're spinning the last tiny bit of the last ply for our foot to floof spin. So I'm gonna finish spinning this last tiny bit. We're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna get more coffee, and then we're gonna strap in and ply this whole thing all in one go. Amber, if you're not following Yarn Crafter's Corner, you really should. She is delightful. You would love her. You would like her very much. Amber's from our craft nights, and among other things, and just hanging out here. But yeah, y'all should get together. Amber meets Serena. Serena meet Amber. Is it Amber? Y'all are getting another heat wave, aren't you? It is hotter out on the West Coast than it is here in Florida, I think. Started a project that will take forever to do. Do tell. Do tell. Because I am working on a lace weight brioche shawl, and that is taking forever because it is lace weight on size 2 needles, and it's brioche, so you have to knit every row twice. Although I think I am gonna try, since I had to learn one pass brioche for those socks for Sock Madness this year, I am gonna try one pass brioche for that shawl because I think it would make everything go so much faster. You're gluing beads to boots. That is going to be fabulous. I cannot wait to see the end project. It will take approximately 4,000 years though, so I understand. It's just 4D diamond painting. More or less. You're gonna ask about trying Run Pass? I am. I'm thinking about it. I am nervous, so I haven't been working on it. I've been working on my birthday sweater. On the back of it. Halfway done with the back. Very excited. I'm hoping to just knit like the wind this weekend and knock it out. So that Monday I can sit here and fiddle with how long to make the front versus the back. And get the shoulder seams all knitted up and 3 needle bind off. And then I will go back to that shawl because it will be too hot to have the entire sweater sitting on my lap while I knit the sleeves because it's mohair. Well, fingering and mohair held double, but it will be too hot to sit in my lap to do sleeves. So then I will go back to the lace weight. Allison, good morning. How are you? How is your little stuffy cat that you're sewing going? You've been keeping me company at work in the mornings. It has been delightful. Get you a shout here in just a second. Oh, excuse me. All right, let's get this redrafted. This last little bit. Gonna finish today. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, I'm a serial lurker. Real bad about it. I know I should say hello and that I'm lurking. And then I just don't. Don't mind me, I've just been creeping up on you. But if you guys haven't crept up on stuff Allison made, you're absolutely missing out because she's adorable. And like Serena, she does every craft known to man. Her 3D embroidery especially is chef's kiss. In one big marathon today because you have a heat wave this weekend and you're not going outside. I know how you feel. Snyder Spindles, good morning. Hello, we're gonna get you a shout out too. Making all the fanciest stuff on the internet. All the fancy stuff. We are finishing the spin today. Hell or high water, it will be done. One way or to other. We are spinning and flying this puppy up. And then we also have The Princess Bride as our Discord movie afternoon. It's currently scheduled for 2 p.m., but if stream runs late, we'll push it back to accommodate. But I can't imagine we'll start it much later than that. So our European crowd can hang out and watch a movie too. All the cool kids are hanging out with me this morning. This is delightful. Hope y'all are doing well. This is pulling. We are finishing up our spin. I think most of you guys have popped in for some point of it. So it is our floof to foot spin. So it is hand spun, hand knit socks, start to finish. So our crafters of different kind or non-crafter friends can see all the lovely work that goes into it. And see the process from start to finish. I feel like next year, so this is our second annual Floof to Foot, technically. Because I did it last summer and it was so much fun, I'm doing it again this summer. And I feel like next summer, I almost want to make it a craft along. Like a challenge to either spin or knit or both as well. And I have exactly no idea how to structure that. Magical unicorn colors? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Look at all of this floof. It's slightly brighter in real life. But the camera's doing pretty good. Camera's keeping up pretty well. I'm proud of it. This camera has been on the struggle bus for a while, and it's really coming through for me today. So it gets to stay. It's earning its keep. That may be the first time I've been called a cool kid. Oh yeah, we know where it's at. I'm definitely the cool kids. Amber, that might be the first time anyone's called me the cool kids. I love it. All the best dorks on the internet hang out here. Doesn't quite have the same ring to it. Doesn't quite have the same. Life goal achieved. I think y'all are all super cool. Heck, Yarn Crafter's Corner was one of the, so there were two streamers. Once upon a time, baby Stacy was just a Twitch watcher, and Yarn Crafter's Corner, and at the time Get in My Mailbox, but now rebranded to Freckled Fiberworks, were the two streamers who, one, got me into spinning because I saw them spinning and I was like, man, I want to do that too. That looks cool. And then two, got me into the makers and crafting rabbit hole. And then I have just fallen head over heels ever since. Head over heels ever since. It's a deep rabbit hole. It really is. But it's nice here, and, you know, they make good tea, and there's lots of cushions. Potlucks are lovely. Don't want to get into spinning, but when I get my Angora rabbit rescue, I'm gonna have to. Either that, or you're just gonna have to find a spinner friend to be a patron to. Just gonna have to be a wealthy rabbit patron and bestow fluff upon the masses. Also, Angora rabbits are just so stinking cute. So much additional wallet pain since Twitch. That's fair. I didn't know spinning was a thing people did for fun as a thing until Twitch. And then I was fascinated. So then I got a drop spindle and I did that for a little over a year. Saved up and got my wheel. Then I've never looked back. And I was convinced I would never be able to afford a wheel, a traditional kind of looking wheel, a manual wheel, I guess I should say. But Freckled Fiberworks has the exact same wheel, and she always complains how it's the IKEA of spinning wheels, but I adore it because it's the IKEA of spinning wheels. Because I never would have been able to afford a spinning wheel otherwise. Jacob August, good morning! Well, happy time zone, I should say. I don't know if it's still morning for you or not. Doing well. I hope you are too. Happy weekend. Doing the thing today. This last bit of floof, and then we're going to ply it all up, and I cannot wait to see how this is going to turn out. Today's the day when we find out. Just today's the day when we find out. Period. That's for when I retire. When you become a patron of the arts. Patron of farts. Yeah, I'm gonna be that grandma who sits in the corner and goes, "Leave me alone, I'm spinning. Also, here's a sweater. Happy birthday." Apparently I'm gonna turn into a very old New York Jewish person when I get old too, according to that accent. Part of me is like, I need to move somewhere cooler when I get old because this heat's gonna kill me. And the rest of me is like, who am I kidding? I'm never leaving the house again. Gonna have a rabbit rescue that's also an artist community. Yes. Yes. I'm here for it. Here for it. Did not watch RuPaul's Drag Race this week. I am a terrible supporter of the arts. I'm super behind on my Drag Race. I have not been in the mood lately, is the problem. I just want to lie around and watch a Twitch and the Great British Bake Off. Very low stakes. Punk Pixie, good morning. How are you? How is it going? Man, more and more cool kids are coming to hang out. Those popular kids in school are coming to my party. That's legitimately how I feel when you guys come hang out. I'm like, yeah, yeah. Streaming sometimes feels like hosting a party and no one shows up. Since we're continuing the metaphor. But when you watch Twitch, you're probably doing more to support artists and crafters than watching TV. That is 1000% correct. I have not been watching hardly any TV. And it's funny because the TV that my husband and I have been watching lately is like Critical Role, which is just Twitch VODs. Kiddo's being a drama queen about everything. I might need to get him a crown. Or a wig. Being a drag queen or a drama queen. But those two are very, very similar. I think one has a point and one is just flailing for the sake of flailing. Technically, it's morning. You're a professional ballet dancer. Heck yeah. I knew you had good fashion sense, because I want to say we were talking about Cruella, the new Cruella movie. So that checks out. Choreographer's being a dick. Oh no. Just tell him it's too early in the morning to be a dick. I know smoking is bad, don't judge. I'm too tired to judge anybody today. I just told you guys how all I want to do is lie around and watch the Great British Bake Off lately. There was a meme that's like hot girl summer. Nah, I'm doing Victoria housewife summer, where I lay around half clothed, staring at the ceiling all summer, eating fruit. And it spoke to me. A judgment for what you do to yourself? That is true. We're too tired to judge, man. Nobody got time for that. I'm more worried about your ankle, to be right honest. Good on you. To take care of your body. I say, slowly hunching over, spinning like an old witch. Like an old witch. A new condenser mic coming in the mail. You're so hyped. I'm excited. Excited. Loom ASMR may be my new favorite thing, though. Maybe my favorite thing. Pixie, I'll get you a shot here in just a hot minute. If you guys don't follow Punk Pixie, you're super missing out. Talking about the cool kids on the internet. Punk Pixie is it. And she weaves, and her loom is amazing. And I want to buy a bigger house just to get a loom like that. But I don't need another hobby. Don't start, Punk Pixie. All those crisp loom sounds. It's true. It's very soothing. I feel like the sound of my spinning wheel is relatively quiet, but I feel like the sound my spinning wheel makes is very soothing to me. I think they took all the slow TV stuff off of Netflix, which is a darn shame. But they had one that was like international knitting night, and they did like a sheep to sweater competition, and so there were like 6 people all sitting around with the spinning wheels, and just the sound of a room full of clacking is so soothing. Sprained your ankle. He's like, do this leap. And slammed a few doors. Slamming doors always makes you feel better. My husband's like, is that really necessary? And I'm like, yes. Feels good. If not because you're a person. People get all wrapped up in their own problems. They don't think about others. It happens. That's why we're all in this hot mess to begin with. It's kind of, you are right. It is a super dick move though. Kind of a dick move. Especially if you guys are rehearsing that late. You'd think he would be more concerned about guys' condition. Although I know dancing is extremely rough and strict as a practice. As a rule, it's a profession. The hum of the flies. It's more like clacking. Well, this one has more of a fan effect. My spinning wheel doesn't chatter as much. Occasionally my bobbins chatter, but once they get some weight to them, it is a relatively quiet spinning. Very excited. I want it to be done. I cannot wait to see how this is going to turn out. I was going to do like spinning the rest of this and then a game today. And I was just like, nah, I need to know how it turned out. I cannot wait. I want to see it. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to get Punk Pixie a shout out so y'all can go hang out with their sweet, sweet loom sounds. Loom sounds. Happy Tour de Fleece to everyone, to all the spinners out there who are participating today. We will probably, with any luck, we'll see what time it is, find a spinner to host. Because we're doing the movie night today after stream, we're not going to raid someone, we're going to host someone. Since we got to do a bit of a dash and run. If you were participating in the movie. And then that way, if you do not want to watch the movie, then you have a new friend to hang out with. Or a friend. May not be new. Maybe you already knew all the kids on the internet. For those of you who don't know, Tour de Fleece is a self-competing competition. That is a challenge to spin every day that the Tour de France rides. And usually, so everyone will set a goal, like I want to spin 4 ounces or a sweater's worth or this pile or 1,000 yards or something like that. They will come up with a self-made goal, And then usually within the team, they will then also award prizes to whoever ends up spinning the most weight or the longest yardage or everythings. So excited to see everyone's fleece. Yeah. I will be spinning every day the tour rides, but I am not actively participating this year. Because for streaming purposes, we'll be knitting up our Floof to foot socks. I think last year I had spun the socks as part of Tour de Fleece, and I think this year I started earlier. I think is what happened. Which is fine. I'm also just like competitioned out. I don't want other people to tell me what to do. For whatever reason, Sock Madness this year, I'm like, no, I don't want to have to follow rules anymore. I need a break. I think it's also because this year I'm making it a competition for challenge for myself to spin 15 minutes every day. So I've already been spinning because I had to. So I didn't want to have to spin for Tour de Fleece because I had to as well. Which is good. I have kept my streak. Not fallen off the wagon so far. I gave myself a challenge to spin 15 minutes or more every day. I could skip a day and do half an hour or more the next day, but I couldn't skip more than 2 days in a row. So far, I have been keeping the challenge. The only thing I didn't do is I did say that any day I was knitting for Sock Madness, I didn't have to spin. But then when I finished my sock or on the resting period between rounds, I had to. So far I have kept up. Fair enough. I'm also just last year I was in a knitting funk because of the pandemic, and then this year I'm just in like a weird spinning funk. I think it's also a problem. I just want to sit down and spin and zone out, and I don't want to have to measure yardage or weigh things. Life's hard enough, man. I don't need to follow imaginary rules that I also set up for myself. But if you guys are participating, I absolutely want to know. I want to cheer you on. I want to see all the good things that you do. I am super ready to get behind someone for cheering status. And I'm like, man, I'm tired. I don't need it. I did Tour de Fleece. I will say Tour de Fleece was amazing when I was first starting to spin because I needed that motivation to sit down and spin every day. And my first year I did Tour de Fleece, it was the first year I had my wheel, and I did a 2-ply lace weight spin, and it took me the entire month to spin it and ply it. It took me forever, but I walked away with one braid, and I was like, yeah, this is amazing. And it was really good too. It's one of my golden skeins. I haven't figured out what to knit with it yet because I want something. It's fairly variegated and barber pulled, even though it's only 2-ply, but it's delightful. So I keep going back and forth on what pattern to use for it. And then the next year I was like, all right, I'm gonna do the same thing. And then it turned out that I spun 2 braids worth. I was like, oh, I'm speeding up. And it was amazing to see between one year and the next how fast I was spinning compared to the previous year. And that was really, really exciting for me. Let's see. So that was 2018, 2019, 2020. Last year we did it on stream and I spun like 12 ounces and I could not believe I had spun so much so fast. Like to the point where I had to keep adding fiber to my goal because I kept hitting all my goals, which was delightful. So I'm a little bit bummed this year that I'm not trying it out to see if I could spin like 16 ounces, if we could just keep throwing another log on the pile. But also I'm not on the mood. You almost hate owning pretty yarn. It's so hard to pick what to do with it. My sister and I were talking about how all of our pretty yarn is fingering weight because we're always like, well, if worst comes to worst, I'll just make socks out of it. We have all these pretty skeins of fingering weight and we're like, I don't know what to do with this. I can't find, there's not a shawl pattern that fits it. What do we do? And I'm like, well, I guess it'll just be another pair of socks. Yeah, it is definitely the golden skein. I have a couple of those where I'm like, it is gorgeous and I don't know what to make with it because I'm just gonna waste it. Waste it. But I've also been trying to knit more with those skeins. Being like, all right, your time has come. You're too pretty to sit there. What are we gonna do with you? Let's go. It's rough. I like when it comes to food, everyone's like, oh, it's almost too pretty to eat. And then we eat it anyway. But when it comes to yarn, we're like, it's too pretty to knit. And then we just walk away. And I'm like, why don't we just knit it? Don't do ourselves any favors. That's also why I tell people when they're first beginning to spin, I'm like, don't get that crappy plain white cream stuff. Get something that looks gorgeous, that you're gonna turn weird colors. Get something you're gonna like to play with. It'll be much more exciting if you can play with color while you're learning to spin. And I was learning to spin, I got this deep forest green yarn and I loved it. I didn't have to worry about colors looking weird or mix matching or my barber pole looking weird, but I had this gorgeous green fluff to play with and it was so nice. Like worsted better, and I like making blankets to the point where I made too many blankets. There's no such thing as too many blankets, first of all. Lies. People are always like, oh, well, I'll just get a skein of worsted weight, and then worst comes to worst, I'll make a hat. And I'm like, but I don't wear hats. It's Florida. It's too hot. Especially now when I sit at the computer wearing headphones all day for meetings and stuff. Can't wear a hat. My ears too warm. There is when you're thinking about moving. Amber, have you ever heard of the Linus Project? I feel like you and the Linus Project would be very good friends. Headphone covers. Maybe. I'll have to find a pattern for it. Huntress, good morning. Hello. Have you heard about the temps in the Pacific Northwest? Yes, you guys are hotter there than in Florida. Have you melted yet, Huntress? How are you? How's it going? I will be looking into it. Oh, you're in Arkansas. Okay. My bad. Amber, so the Linus Project is based off of the character Linus from the Peanuts, where he always had a safety blanket that he carried around. And the whole goal is to make sure, specifically for kids in the foster system, or I don't know, do they still have orphanages anymore? Um, to make sure that every kid has a blanket or a teddy bear for security purposes. So what they do is they take donations. Hunters, thank you for the sub. 5 months. Thank you. Bing. Haven't been able to get up and be here. That is okay. I hope you are doing well. But the Linus project takes so all of the blankets have to be handmade, so they can be quilted or knit or crochet, but it has to be made by hand with love. And then they give them out to, you know, foster homes and the like, and make sure that every kid has a little bit of home to carry around with them, and it's so cute. I had a blankie when I was a kid. So that project is very near and dear to my heart. Mine are made by hand with stress? No, that's fine. I don't think it will matter that much unless you wear the blanket and then you feel stressed out. You can knit as a form of relaxation. Or crochet, I should say. I think you do a lot of crocheting. Our 16-year-old will be in Florida tomorrow, and they told him we have tickets to Epcot, and he said, "What's that?" Oh no. Oh no. What's an Epcot? You know, every person comes out tired. Amber, I'm trying to say, if you want to donate some blankets, look up the Linus Project and look up your local chapter, because there's multiple ones in every state, and say, hey, I have some blankets. Do you want them? If you're trying to get rid of them. You picked up some crochet needles yesterday. Are you excited? Do you have a project in mind? You were being funny. Amber, I love you. You are perfectly fine. I eventually figured out I had to use the Chiagu stainless steel knitting needles to knit socks, because when I was at my previous job this year, before I got called back to Disney, I was so stressed out. I had snapped 2 pairs of Knit Picks wooden needles. Sock Madness! Dirty Smith, hello. You are actually just barely too late. The Sloth Emperor, hello. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for being here. Continue making people's days. I hope you were doing well. Happy weekend. Hunter's just learning. Okay, cool. I definitely learned crochet with a project in mind. I was like, I need to learn this. I need to make amigurumi. And then I did, and then I was like, crochet is not for me. Put it right back down again. Dirty Smith Sock Madness just finished up, I think last week. They announced the winners. I did not make it to the final round. I dropped out in round 3 because my personal life was just going haywire. And I was like, I don't need to put extra stress on myself. Which was good because as it turned out, I don't think I would have made it anyway. You got 4 rows on a chain, and yeah. And that's as far as I got. Sloth Emperor, welcome. Come on in. Thanks for the follow and saying hi. We are spinning wool into yarn to make socks with. I have this little bit and then one more piece, and then we're gonna apply it today. I'm gonna finish this spin hell or high water today. So does it come down to a common top 4 sock queens every year? Top 3, but yes. So so there's the bracket that I had been talking about where, you know, it's the top however many per team. So round 6 narrows it down to 1 person from every team. And then round 7 is those last 26 or however many people competing against each other, and they go until they have the top 3 winners. And we were trying to figure out where they were all from. The winner, I don't know where they're from. It doesn't say in their bio or their Instagram page what nationality they are. The 2nd place winner was from Sweden, and the 3rd place winner was from New Zealand. The colorway looks like James P. Sullivan. It does kind of look like Sully. You know, I didn't really think of that, but you're 1000% right. Most people have said it looks like every flavor of cotton candy, and it looks like unicorn mane. Could we write a movie about this? The Sock Gambit? I mean, technically, yes. I feel like it would be more of a documentary, though. You guys just watched Monsters, Inc. yesterday? I am so excited for the new Monsters, Inc. Show that's coming to Disney Plus, Monsters at Work. So I've been dying for another Monsters, Inc. movie because I freaking love that show, that series. We scare because we care. Take some tranquilizers and stare at the ceiling, imagining all the ways to make socks. Dirty Smith, that just sounds like my average night where I'm too tired to knit, but I want to knit. So I just sit there and think about, like, what should I cast on next? I think the Knitmore Girls calls it imaginary knitting. I used to do that at work when I was bored all the time, is I would think of like a new pattern that I wanted to knit, and I would think of like 1,000 different colors I could knit it in if I had any yarn I wanted in the world. What would I make it look like? Sock Gambit? Punk Pixie, we're doing The Princess Bride for our movie afternoon on Discord today. I don't know if Punk Bunny has seen it or not, but it will be family friendly. I still have to frog in my imagination. My sweaters still don't quite fit in my imagination. They all look slightly lumpy in the shoulders. I do that with tools in the shop without the drugs. Yeah. That's just me wanting to knit and being too tired to move. Yay! Yeah, we're doing the Princess Bride at 2 p.m. Eastern in the Discord after the stream. If the stream runs long so we can finish the spin, then we'll push the movie back, but it will be relatively close to that time frame. Where were we? Ah, yes. The Pit of Despair. That and let's see. The Princess Bride, The Sound of Music, and there are a couple other ones that are just like classics that I saw way too young and didn't understand, but I loved it so much I didn't care. And then was so much fun to go back and watch as I got older and start picking up more and more hints and more jokes. For the longest time, I thought everyone could sword fight left-handed or right-handed. My name is Nigo Mataya. You've killed my father. Prepare to die. There. Oh, I'll have to find it. I'll post it. I'll post it when we're doing the movie afternoon in the Discord. There are several Inigo Montoya memes about that line that I adore. It's like the one I'm thinking of is like how to have a conversation, introduce yourself, announce your goals, announce your actions. Laglander, my dude, hello. I'm doing well. How are you? Not gotten to hang out with you lately. It makes me very sad. You imagine warping and weaving when you're tired too? Do you plan out like imaginary blankets, like how or rugs, weaves, I guess I should just say, projects? Do you plan out imaginary projects on like how they would look with different color combinations or designs? I am on Criminal Minds. He's also the piano player from the movie Dick Tracy. He's 88 Keys, which I did not know for the longest time. And he's on Mandy Patinkin is on Instagram, and his son always comes over with Mandy and his wife and films them, and they are delightful on Instagram. You troubleshoot. You imaginary troubleshoot. I just put it in a corner in timeout and tell it to think about what it's done. It's probably a better use of your imaginary time. You can finally say you're doing great too, Laglander. That makes me very, very happy. Very, very happy indeed. Yeah, some folks were saying that they had never seen The Princess Bride, and it made me very sad. And I said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to hang out and have a movie afternoon. I'll fix that, and I'm going to get to watch a great movie I haven't seen in a while. It's about time for my annual viewing. Semi-annual viewing, I guess I should say. Ended up watching Singing in the Rain on Tuesday instead of streaming because I had personal things to take care of. in the afternoon, early evening. And then while the movie was on, I did all the new artwork for the channel. So our new logo and our new graphics and sub badges and emotes. I still need to do in the About Me section the new headers for that. So we'll get to that eventually. But it was good. It was delightful. Singing in the Rain, an A flat. Bash, good morning. Mandy Patinkin is Inigo Montoya from The Princess Bride, which is our movie afternoon in the Discord today at 2 p.m. Nothing worse than weaving a yard or two and waking up to it undone. You'll dream that you're doing whatever you're supposed to be working on. That's delightful. That's delightful. When I used to work at the hotel front desk, I would come home and dream of checking people in my sleep, and I'd be like, why am I so exhausted the next day? Moon Doggy, hello. Our day is going great. We are spinning the very last of our fluff, and we are about to ply it, and it is going to be delightful because it will be the moment of truth when we will see how our yarn turns out, and it is the most fun part. Punk Pixie, you're gonna laugh. I'm gonna tell the story about the logo here in just a hot second. You made a collage with so much data in it, you get to save it in a different file type. That's delightful. That's delightful. You mean it takes 2 floppy disks? My husband and I were talking about data storage the other day, and it was making me laugh. How much of a weaver are you? Oh, I do it in my sleep. That's great. Our music stopped, and now I'm worried. All right, so going back to the logo. Y'all are gonna laugh at me. So I don't know why our music just stopped. All right, there we go. No, they don't have floppy. Well, I mean, you could install a floppy drive in a computer still. There are still slots for it in the front. They do not come with floppy drives still. It was a terrible joke. All right, so I can't believe how much of a goober I was. All right, so let's go back. Let's get back to the beginning. So the reason I'm Atomic Stacy is because I have an atom tattoo on my back, therefore making me atomic. That's how logic works in my head. It was my very first tattoo. I've had it since I was 18. I adore it. I have always been Atomic Stacy on social media for many, many moons. Crafty Dynamite. Hello. Thank you for being here. Amazon sells USB 3.5-inch floppy drives. Yeah, they sell external drives for like, but at that point, it's more of like a data transfer thing, like getting old files and old pictures off of stuff. You could still install one on your computer if you really wanted to. It's a thing. It's a valid thing. So I am Atomic Stacy. So Tuesday night, I sat down and I was like, okay, it's graphic art night while I'm watching Singing in the Rain and we're hanging out on Discord. And I was like, I need to spruce up the logo a little bit because I need to make it a little thicker. The line's a little thicker, so it's a little easier to read when it's really, really small. And I had wanted to change the sub badges to be all the atoms. And then I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, this doesn't look quite right anymore. And at that point I was just like, maybe I've been staring at it for too long. And then I realized that the atom on my back has 3 protons and neutrons, and the atom in my logo had 4. It was a different element on my logo than on my back. And I went, Damien, why didn't you tell me? So, I was so mad at myself. I had never put 2 and 2 together that they were 2 different elements and that they weren't together. Stacy went, elemental? I did. I just kicked myself for 20 minutes straight. I was so mad. I was like, well, no wonder it always looks so weird and cramped. That's not my tattoo. So I made a new logo. So the logo on the teacup that you guys see there is actually the logo on my back. The one on my back is black and red instead of purple and red, but it does have the heart in it. Because at that point I was like, well, if I'm gonna do it, I'm just gonna make my tattoo. And I was so mad. Oregon Trail, here I come. You're old enough to even know what a floppy drive is? Bash, I had to have, as required material in school, a floppy disk drive to save my work on in the computer science lab. Because computer science was a subject I took. I am older than I look. Let's put it that way. Huntress's computer doesn't even have a disk drive. Huntress, it was funny because at one point at work, when I was working at Disney, at one point, one of the vendors had given us a CD with blueprints on it because they're like, oh, the file's too big to transfer over the internet. It'll take you forever to download it. Here's a CD with it. And I was just like, y'all couldn't find a USB drive? And then we all realized that none of our laptops had disk drives, and I literally could not find a computer to read it on. So we had to, this is so embarrassing. We had to go over to essentially the Disney Library archives on property and have them transfer the data over for us. Because none of our computers had disk drives. If my logo was a tattoo, it'd be my tribal dragon. Heck yeah. Put that crap on a USB drive, son. As it turns out, we could have gone to the musical director, but they were not in the office. Because I was like, oh, of course they would have, CD information. Because all of the music archives gets put onto discs and saved. But they weren't there that day. We needed it. You're excited to find another spinner, Crafty Dynamite? Heck yeah. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. We are doing a Floof to Foot series where we are doing hand-spun, hand-knit socks from start to finish. So this is the last ply, and then we're going to ply it up today, and I cannot wait to see how it turns out. But if you're looking for other spinners, I have a few other folks I'm going to give a shout-out to. Because there are a surprising number of us on Twitch, believe it or not. Hang on, guys. I'm checking up on comments here. I want to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Don't want to miss anyone. Long Pixie's tattoo would make a terrible logo. It's way too big. It's right on my back centered. And I want to get it not touched up, but I want to get because it's just the atom. It has no fancy background or anything, but I want to get like watercolor splotches behind it and then get it crisped up a little bit. But yeah, I hand drew it and it looks, now we match. You have Odin's Hunin and Moonin birds with their names written in runic tattooed on your shoulder. That's delightful. We sat with the tattoo artist and made sure it wasn't backwards, upside down, etc. for 30 minutes. Yeah, it's a lot. It's forever. A lot of the core people I watch are fiber artists, and it's too hot in my shop right now, and I mentioned to someone I might try crochet. I was peer pressured. That's all right. I peer pressured a number of people into sock madness this year. Zero regrets on that. 10 out of 10 would peer pressure again in a heartbeat. I spent mindless hours just making chains last night. I love crochet for blankets. I feel like crocheting a blanket would be the most relaxing thing ever. Because crochet always seems so much easier to pick up and put down than knitting. And if you make a mistake and have to frog back, it's so much easier to frog. And makes the just squishiest, warmest blankets. Although I am constantly looking for thinner, cooler blankets to curl up under. So that doesn't do me any good. A couple years ago, a building I used to work in had an elevator with computer screens, and it crashed, and it said Windows 3.1. Should I trust these elevators? Windows 98. What? Yeah. The old job that I worked at, everything was on Internet Explorer, and Internet Explorer is no longer supported, by the way, as a process program. So they had to manually install old versions of Internet Explorer on everyone's computer so that the software would work on it, because it was an internet-based software. And I was like, y'all should never build a software to a specific platform. Number one problem with the internet. Don't build it to a specific browser. Brianna O'Hearn, hello. Happy time zone. Thanks for hanging out with us. You're crocheting right now too? Yes. Fiber party. My favorite thing to do when I'm watching streams is to craft along. So I'm super excited that y'all are hanging out and enjoying the crafty process. You made another stream. Hang on, I missed things. Brianna, Huntress is learning how to crochet. And then I was talking about how crochet and I don't get along, but I admire it immensely. Made another streaming a yarn box. Oh, another streamer a yarn box. And the box has her logo wood burned on the painted top. That sounds beautiful, Huntress. That sounds beautiful. And that's why I stopped knitting. I couldn't figure out how to make stuff big enough. That's fair. I need a woven blanket. Punk Pixie, someday I will make a custom order. It's true. Today, I have no idea when though. First, I have to pay the mortgage. Oh, COVID ate up all of my savings. So now that I'm finally back at a job that makes real money, time to buy all the stuff we've been putting off. We finally bought a new comforter for the bed, because we have like a winter comforter, but we don't have a light summer one. So we've just been using like a queen size, our old queen size blanket for our king size bed. So I finally had the funds available again to break down and get a weighted bamboo comforter, and it is cool and delicious and delightful. And man, I slept so good last night. My husband was trying to tell me it was too small for the bed, and I was like, but you don't cover your head with a weighted blanket. And then he got in and saw how it was, and it was, now he's a fan. You'll art swap me for yarn. Punk Pixie, we'll talk. We'll talk. I'm intrigued. Yeah, it's Microsoft Edge now. It's edgy. Flaglighter like Windows 3.11 more. Oh, goodness. Windows 96 was my jam. Y'all remember playing that downhill Yeti game where you were a skier and then everyone saw the Yeti would run out and eat you? That was the Yes. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Punk Pixie, we'll talk. I'm intrigued. We'll talk. I totally cover my head with a weighted blanket. Well, the problem is he makes like this cocoon, and I'm like, I don't think you, cause he has all the fabric, cause regular comforters have so much extra fabric. So he takes it and he makes like this cocoon, and I'm like, but you could do the same thing with so much less weighted blanket. Anyway. Bash, she's not knitting a chain, she's crocheting a chain. And it's a chain, it's just doing a row, but it's crochet instead of knitting. And that is why I love my weighted blanket, yeah. Well, because it's so much, it doesn't have all the extra hanging off the edges of the bed. I mean, it hangs off the edge of the bed like a couple inches, but it doesn't have like oodles and oodles of fabric like a regular comforter does, because it doesn't need it. So he's like, are you sure this is a king size? It looks a little small. And I was like, it'll be fine. You should try it. And then he took a nap in it. And then I never saw him again. Because he napped and then he streamed and he's still in bed. Do your cats need knitted blankets? No. My cats appreciate knitted blankets. We have an ottoman downstairs, like a little footstool, and I knitted a little tiny rectangle blanket to go on top of it, and the cats freaking love it. And then it protects the fabric underneath, which is great for me. And they love to sit in my knitting, but they don't burrow in blankets like dogs do. Although the Pearl Cat does like to be covered up occasionally. What I need to do is knit them like a nest that's got a bottom and then the sides. They would be very happy to have that. Guys, we're getting so close. So we're gonna finish spinning this, and I'm gonna take a break to stretch and grab coffee, and then we are plying this puppy up today. I cannot wait to see how it turns out. It's the moment of truth. Bought a handmade weighted blanket from the US. Oh, brought one from the US to Germany by carrying it on the plane. It was too big and heavy to pack, but I didn't want to leave it behind. Do it. We always, that's what we always do with our coats on the plane. Like if we're, because I live in Florida, so everywhere we go is always colder. So whatever jackets or coats we always carry. And then I always have a blanket on the plane, which is nice. And then I don't have to worry about packing like a winter coat in my suitcase, because it would be half of my suitcase. Sergeant Major Skills, good morning. How are you, my dude? Glad to see you survived the stream last night. Never thought of like a weighted blanket. That is a brilliant idea, though. And I normally struggle to carry it, but somehow I managed it out of stubbornness. So my weighted blanket is 20 pounds, and I can lift like a 20-pound box. Okay, I don't have a problem lifting that much weight, but for whatever reason, when it's, because of the way it's spread out and it's so bulky, I'm always like, I swear it's heavier than 20 pounds, but I know it's not. Physics confuses me. Have you seen YouTube video of a cat going directly to sit on a square? Yes, I've seen those. Bash, so I have some fiber that I gave just to the cats because they love wool and they always steal mine. And every time it's on the floor and it's in a circle, the cat always sits in it. That's the baby cat.
Perkins, say hi. No. No, I don't think I will.
Yeah, so they enjoy being contained in a box or in a square. I don't know why. It's just
safe. It's a safe place.
It feels lighter if you drape it over your shoulders. That I will have to try that. That is a good point. Mainly, I was just carrying it from my office chair to the bedroom to sleep under, but now that we have a king size weighted comforter, I don't have to carry it back and forth anymore. I know I can just keep it in my office. So luckily my days of dragging it around the house are over. What do you think goes through their head? If I fits, I sits. I'm pretty sure.
Do I fits? Yes, I sits. Ah, safe.
They just know what luxury is, and they like it. I own this space. I think so. They like to be contained. I think it makes them feel safe. I think they also really like it when they can take up the whole space. You know, this is mine. I don't have to share. very happy. It's different ones of my cats have also claimed different spaces. So I think they like it when they can say, this one's mine. You say once you found your cat in the sink? Yes. Yes. They will often sit in the sink when we are in the bathroom and they want to be close. But want a spot to plop. So they won't go hang out in the sink like on their own. They'll only do it if we're in the bathroom, but they will sit in the sink. They like it. It also, like, they'll do it when I'm doing my makeup or my hair, and I think they also just like it because it's out of the way. And I think the porcelain warms up faster than our granite countertops do. So I think it's also warmer for them. Although I feel like that drain plug would just, you know, jab all up in there, but they don't seem to care. They do like sitting on things, I will say. So, like, they don't mind sitting on the floor, but if you can put, like, a piece of cardboard down or a piece of fabric on the floor and they can lay on that, very happy. The one on the floor is currently laying on a Publix wine bag. Surrounded by a floof. Ultimate happiness. The string player, good morning. I am still on. We are just getting started in the grand scheme. Today will be a long stream. We are finishing spinning this last little bit, and we are going to ply it today. No matter what. Or at least start plying it. There is a small chance it will not get finished. We're going to try. You only got up a few minutes ago? Yeah. It is sleepy Saturdays. I like streaming earlier on the weekends because then our international crowd can join in. It is definitely not for everyone. Especially across the US time zones. Brody used to lay in the sink and now he just lays on my head. Yeah, my Pearl cat will curl up next to me and sleep on my pillow, which is delightful. Because then I just have a little white noise machine pillow next to me all the time because she likes to snuggle. We are hanging out. We are working on this last little bit of wool. I'm so excited to see how it turns out. Y'all don't even know. Y'all don't even know. So anxious for it. I just want to see how it's turned out. It's the most fun part of spinning is after you're done spinning all the bits, is plying it together and seeing what the finished product is. Does it look like how you imagined? Does it not look as good as you had hoped? Is it better than you had imagined? Is it completely different? Take lots of pictures today. I'll have to get a picture of all 4 finished plies before I spin it up or ply it up. We do our break. String player, how you doing? How's it going? Anybody have any fancy weekend plans? Last weekend we did too much, so I promised my husband this weekend no plans are the best plans. So I am very excited to hang out and do movie night with you guys and then promptly go park on the couch for the next 24 hours. Do nothing, go nowhere weekend. There will also be a considerable amount of knitting this weekend, which is also going to be delightful. Currently spending money on your shepherds to be groomed. And then a trip to get a thing for woodworking. New toys! Heck yeah! The cats all got their nails trimmed. It was very traumatic for everyone involved. Tired still? Had your first band practice back last night. Congrats. And then quartet tomorrow. Didn't realize it's a busy week. It happens. It sneaks up on you. Thor is thick boy and was in desperate need for some grooming. That's fair. I'm sure he will appreciate it in the summer heat. Nothing at all today and you work tomorrow. Nothing at all sounds delightful. And considering that your job is fiber director, that sounds pretty okay. I'm very excited to be back somewhere where I am not dreading going into work, and I'm kind of excited for it. Very eager to go back into work and see how all the firework testing this weekend went. I'm pretty sure last night they got rained out. So interesting to see how that goes. Can't wait until more things get announced and I can tell you guys all the secrets. Because I know all the secrets. Also very excited this weekend. I think tomorrow Damien's gonna help me get our crafting cam set up, our new crafting cam. So on Thursday we did a test to make sure that it worked. So today or yesterday we bought all the software and got it all downloaded and set up. But the video is still yellow, so we need to make a color correction filter for it. Notchala, my dude. How's work going? How are you? We are finishing this spin today. I'll post pictures in the Discord of how it turns out. Probably not today, though. I'll probably let it rest on the bobbin today and then post pictures of when I put it into a hank to soak. So I'll probably let it rest today. I'll wind it up tomorrow and soak it tomorrow night. It'll dry. So Tuesday will probably be a gaming stream. We'll probably go back to some Breath of the Wild. And then Thursday we'll start knitting it up proper, making socks. Work and I'm fine. Good to hear. Hope it goes well for you. Goes something. Folks, I was going to shout out that Spin, Yarn Crafter's Corner, definitely spins. Strange Knits does a lot of spinning. Also, Strange Knits is a finalist for the World Heavy Metal Knitting Competition. So make sure you give her a follow and go over and check that out. I don't know how that works this year. It's all via Zoom, I guess. I'm very excited. We'll pull that up in a hot second after the break. And then Snoring Cat Fiber Arts is also let's see, Snoring Cat Fiber Arts and the Fiber Mage. There we go. So if you're enjoying spinning and you want to see more spinning on Twitch, all of those fine people are good people to follow. They all do, except Snoring Cat. Snoring Cat almost exclusively spins. But everyone else does a mix of spinning and other crafts. But 10 out of 10 would recommend. So we get to see Needle go at the speed of sound next Saturday. I don't think I'll knit quite that fast. But yes, you will get to see me knitting next Saturday. We will be knitting on our Floof to Foot socks. And Creative Automaton, hello! Good morning, how goes it? Figured out how to attach your evil camera to your computer. Now you have to figure out how to get it to show up on stream. What streaming software are you using, Amber? Trying to 3D print your Lazy Kate. First attempt did not work. Oh no. No. That was like 11 hours of printing too. Well, good luck to you this weekend, Creative Automaton. I hope attempt number 2 is a success. I really liked that pattern, the way they kind of interlocked to make a chain for the Lazy Kate. They posted it in the Discord if anybody wants to look it up, if they're curious. Currently OBS Live, I'm sure that I can. I just haven't tried. I don't use OBS Live. I use standard OBS as a separate software. But if you run into trouble, holler, and I'm sure we'll figure it out. feel like we have enough streamers in the Discord to where if you scream help, 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 someone will be able to assist you should you run into trouble. Google and YouTube are your best friends setting stuff up. Yeah. Yeah. The problem is the guides that they include are terrible. I don't know who it is that keeps creating this software with terrible how-to guides. You'd think you would like people to use the software. So yeah, YouTube and other streamers were how I got mine all set up. And just playing around and trying different things. But that's also just how I learn. I learn better when I get to noodle around with something and try stupid stuff out before I hit like a project. Like when I'm noodling around for fun, I learn a lot. When I'm on a time crunch and I'm noodling around for a specific thing, it gets very frustrating very fast. OBS Live can't be that different from them. I would imagine so. The only upgrades I bought were more nozzles, stronger springs for leveling. That's about it. I have no idea. I mean, I know how 3D printing works, but I have no idea about 3D printing, so I cannot begin. But I'm just like, yeah, that sounds great. Is advantage of 3D printing making unique stuff that you can't buy? Bash, it's also making cheaper things, making lighter things. So she's making a Lazy Kate, which is the thing that I have here on the, oops, sorry, wrong way. Which is the thing I have here on my spinning wheel. I have a built-in one where I can ply from multiple bobbins and they can spin. So she's making a standalone one, and the standalone ones can be expensive, and they're usually hardwood, and they take up a lot of things, or a lot of space, and they don't always fold down. So one of the other benefits for hers is that you could fold it up and put it away. But the whole point is it's also super easy to custom make stuff. So for example, I have a flat pack bobbin. That's actually what we're going to be plying on today. So this is a 3D printed bobbin, and it's nice because it's lighter, and you can tell it's a little bigger than my current one. Line it up here. So it's just a smidge longer. The wood is a little thinner. The center shaft is much smaller, but then it flat packs. So I can fold it up flat and put it away. Whereas all of these wood ones, I can't do that. Oh, geez. I'll line it up. Come on. There we go. I want a 3D printer and a laser thing and a CNC. I would love all those toys. Love them. Once you get the thing, the plastic for it, I mean, can be expensive, but it's much cheaper than other raw materials. The bobbin is 3D printed? Yeah, that one's a 3D printed bobbin that I purchased, and I love it. Because these are the ones that came with it, and they're wood, and they don't fold apart. And this one then completely folds flat, and I can put it away. And even the bobbins, the way that they are, they stack. So I can put it all away, and it's much easier. For now, you'll stick with your new lathe. One new toy at a time. I got the one to test it, but I would eventually like to get one or two more. Especially when I'm spinning like things on stream, because then it's nice to be able to have a project on stream and then spin something for me off stream. You have access to a 3D printer. You should print some bobbins and stuff. I'd pay some good money for some bobbins. um, this was from, oh, there's a maker. I can't remember who it was. It was from Acreworks Fiber. And they have the every bobbin known to man. But it was still cheaper to get it 3D printed and buy it through them than it was to get more of these solid wood bobbins. Because that is the big thing with spinning wheels, is they only come with, like, you know, a couple bobbins. I bought an additional bobbin pack specifically so I would have a full set of bobbins for my Lazy Kate. But like if I wanted to do like a worsted weight spin, I wouldn't have enough bobbins to be able to spin everything and then ply it. Same with like a sweater spin. I'd have to spin it and then ply it and then spin it and then ply it in sections. I wouldn't have enough room to be able to do everything all together. Mike Hunt, hello. Rawr. Rawr is dinosaur fur. I love you. You'll look into it. The website that Uncreative Automaton posted, she posted in the Discord under, I think, crafting. But that website has a ton of free 3D print software templates or print templates, which is very fun. Our library has a 3D printer that you can book time at. You can make an appointment to book time, and then you only have to pay for like the plastic that you used. But I don't have access to the software from home to make my designs before I go down there. And I just haven't had the time to drive all the way downtown to play on a computer down there. Tech stuff for the 3D print, yeah. All the techie files. Black Diamond Ace, hello. How are you? How did your stream go last night? I was too tired to tune in. We are finishing up this spin. As soon as I finish spinning it here in just a couple minutes, I'm going to take a break. I need to get up and stretch my legs before we go in for the long haul. We're plying this together today, which is the fun part. We get to see how the yarn turned out. Doing a co-op stream with a fellow streamer. That's delightful. I hope it went well. Make Damien do it? Make Damien do what? Are people starting businesses doing 3D printing? People have been doing businesses 3D printing. There's a lot of stuff. My Turkish spindle, so the little drop spindle that I spin on is 3D printed, and I love it because it's super lightweight. It spins forever. I don't have to worry about snapping it because I would definitely break the main spindle on a wooden one. And it was way cheaper, and I got to pick fun colors. So that was my beginning one, and I loved it. And that's the one I still use for travel. I eventually want to get one of Sniper Spindle's fancy wooden spindles for home, but I just haven't been doing enough hand spinning. We've agreed to do each planet as an episode of streaming. That is very smart, Black Diamond. I like that. I hope to tune into the next one. All right, there we go. Spin complete. All right, so let's here. Switch over to this cam. What happened? whatever reason our phone died. Okay, that's fine. I'll look into that in a hot second. Phone's not charging. Dang it. Switch over here. Leothino, hello! Welcome, Raiders! Come on in. We are not stopping. We are gonna take a break here in a quick second. But you guys are just in time. You're here for the fun part. Me raid. How did your stream go? How was playing with all your new stamps? I did not get to see the new shapes and things. Guys, if you like some paper crafting, Leothino is the place to go. It is astounding, the things that she makes. It's like, you know those people who scrapbook to the extreme and you're just like, okay, but that's weird. She does it, but for making cards and art, and it's super cool and not weird. I'm trying to give you all sorts of props, and I think I'm ruining it. But trust me, she's a great streamer. Lots of fun and mess. Yes, it is. It does get quite messy. If you have to go clean up, I completely understand. In the meanwhile, hello Raiders. We are spinning wool into yarn. We're doing a thing called Floof to foot, where we take a braid of fluff, a braid of wool, and we make it into hand spun, hand knit socks from start to finish. So we just finished the spinning. I'm going to take a quick break and then we are going to ply it. And this is where we find out how our spin turned out. So here we go. In all of its glory, I have 4 singles here. It is slightly more pinky purple in real life. The mint is definitely dominating on camera, but the colors are accurate. Purple's not quite showing up. But here's our spin. So we have spun it all into singles, and now we are going to ply it into yarn. And now's the point where we find out how it turned out. So I can't wait. Cannot wait. That was a big event during your last stream where you had a female friend talking about marriage. So is this marriage in the game or is this in real life? Definitely more dating. More dating is always good. In real life, congrats, Black Diamond. Yay, finished singles. Yes, all the singles are finished. Let me take a glamour shot. I'll post it on Discord and y'all can look at it. And then I'll find out why the overhead phone died. Oh, all right. Glamour shot. On phone. All right, let's see if any of those turned out good. There we go. Okay, here we go. Let's post this in the Discord so you guys can see. Bits. There we go. Also, your handspun turned out great on Creative Automaton. Okay. Angel with an A, hello. Good morning. Taking more time before we say anything official. Good. Don't rush into it. You have your whole lives. Let's pull up the Discord.
She's several states over. Yeah, definitely find time to meet in person before you make any big changes. You are late, Angel with an A. You are just fine. So here we go. Finished true to life color. That is our spin. I wish the camera had picked up more of the pinks and purples. But delightful. Delightful. Gorgeous. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a real fast break. I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break. I'm gonna grab some more coffee. I need to get up and stretch my legs. And then when I come back, we're going to ply it. And this is the part where we find out what it will look like. And I am so excited. Let me give a shout out to Black Diamond Ace. If you guys aren't following them, they are an amazing crafter, or no, not a crafter, an amazing gamer. Also, if you are a Dungeons and Dragons fan, Black Diamond also streams Dungeons and Dragons. And I'm also gonna shout out the string player. If you guys enjoy knitting and embroidery and the cello, yeah. Very fun, all of the good stuff. Definitely always a good time with TSP. All right. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna hide my camera and y'all can look at this delicious floof. There we go. Let's just video webcam hide. Nope. This one, video webcam. There we go. All right. Enjoy. I'm going to run an ad break, and we'll be back here in just a few minutes. I just realized it doesn't work. That's fine. Here we go. Ad break. And back to pretty. There we go. All right, now I'll be back.
All right, gang, I am back. Thank you for waiting. I'm back. Okay. Sergeant Major Skills, enjoy your lurk. Oh. My phone had stopped charging, so I couldn't do the overhead view. I'll have to play around with it later. That's fine. All right. I have all weekend to get that thing figured out in time for proper knitting cam, but I'm very excited. I think the old iPhone as a new crafting webcam will work delightfully. Let me get this all up on the wheel. Excuse me. Get a better angle for the camera. You guys can see what is going on. Go. That's nicer. So y'all won't need to see a lap. Okay, here we go. Boop. Checking in on Scott. Sure he's okay. All right, now for the fun bit. All right, so we're gonna put the brake band on the bobbin. Put this on. That click it into place. I'm gonna up the drive on my wheel so that when I paddle, it spins less, because I don't need as much spin when I'm plying as when I'm doing singles. Get our leader yarn all hooked up. So for this, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna turn the tension up high. I'm gonna spin it a bit to get that twist in here. And we're gonna take, there's one, there's two. There's three. Through, over, pull it tight, make sure you don't have any tails or anything. Start tension. Start plying. The wheel is chattering quite a bit. Well, the bobbin is chattering. Alright, we're gonna test it. Pull it back. For a little flyback test. All looks good. Balance, nice and twisty. Guys, it looks like yarn. It's a yarn. Oh. Have it fly snap. Started is always the most fiddly. These are smushed together. Patience, so much patience when you're plying. It took me forever to be more patient when I ply. Because I was just excited and I wanted to see how it turned out. Nobody had time for that. But a good ply takes a lot of patience. Guys, it looks like cotton candy. It looks good enough to eat. Get this bobbin at least partially filled up across one pass, I should say. One full pass. And then I'll get a picture pulled up and put on Discord so you guys can see up close. Hey, Chain Wayne, you are exactly in time. We just started plying. Finished the spin, and now it is the fun bit. And so far, we're real happy with how it turned out. It is too soon to tell, but I'm very excited. Maybe just a little thicker than I wanted. But usually when I wash it, it thins out and then fluffs up. Your all bobbins are going empty at the exact same time. They are going to empty, you know it? That's a heck of a that's like the best spinner's blessing. I hope so. That is the dream. I feel like this was a very even spin. It looks good when I'm looking at it. I hope they all empty at the same time. That is the dream. The goal. You have no idea how I did those singles small enough to do a 4-ply sock weight. It's also a little thick for, it is going to be a thicker sock weight, I think, too. Well, maybe. It's a little thick, but it's hard to tell how much of it is thickness and how much of it is just fluff. I spin so fine, so fine. But I cannot spin thick yarn is my downfall. Thick yarn has not been in the cards. When I spin thick yarn, it looks like rope. But I can spin sock yarn with the best of them, which is great because all I want to do is knit fingering. So it works out grand for me. sit up properly. That would probably. It's looking good. We're looking good. When I buy dyed yarns, I notice there are like 2 wholesalers for dyers. One is a bit thicker and fluffier than the other, and you love it. Yeah, I do like how there are some variations. I do enjoy that immensely. And it's sock yarn, so even if this is a little bit thicker than regular fingering, I mean, it's not gonna be a bad thing by any means. But I think we're right on par. Pigtail here. You're thicker than most of the fingering yarns you've gotten from other dyers. That's possible. Let's see, who was it? Teeny Button Studio, who I've said good things about in the past. Has a rustic fingering that is non-superwash, and it is much thicker and fluffier. And I enjoyed immensely. Not a fan of 2-ply. I don't mind 2-ply if I know it's not going to be socks. But my thing is like I'll buy yarn and I'll go, well, if nothing else, I'll make it into socks. So I can't do that if it is 2-ply. Teeny, Teeny. Teeny Button. I don't have the ball band nearby. I'll pull up the website. Here, I have part of it here. So it is a rustic fingering. It's 100% non-superwash wool, and it's just a little thicker and fluffier, and I love it. Here we go. This is what I'm currently knitting with it. This is the Traveler shawl, so it's the 2-sided garter color. Love it. We'll show that off. We'll probably knit on that on Tuesday, come to think of it, if we don't game on Tuesday. Give our brand new yarn time to dry after we wash it tomorrow. So I was worried that the rustic fingering was going to be a little too rustic, because that's just a nice way to say not quite as soft for some people. But in this case, it was just non-superwash, so it's a little thicker and way fluffier than superwash, and I love it. It is in the Dorothy and Sophia colorway from her Golden Girls collection. And I did accidentally purchase a sweater quantity of her Dolly Parton colorway Cup of Ambition to make a summer sorrel sweater. Just fell right into my card. I couldn't help it. just doing the ply back test. It's a little extra twisty, but I don't mind it since it's going to be socks. I would rather it be a little extra twisty. I would rather over twist it slightly because it's also going to lose some twist in the wash. Accidentally, yeah, just oops. Just fell right in. I was just looking honest and then it just happened. I don't know, officer. But I'll knit it on stream, so it'll be a stream expense. That's how that works, right? When I do my taxes? Alright, let's get a picture of this so y'all can see. You accidentally bought Dragon Horde's Halloween Advent and is Dark Crystal themed? I saw that. Not that you bought it, I saw her Advent. And I was like, oh, baby. Alright, let me post this to the Discord and then I'll pop it up so you guys can see it up close and personal. There we go. Accidentally. Yeah, it just fell into my shopping cart and then I accidentally hit purchase instead of cancel. It's my story, I'm sticking to it. I always wanted to do one Advent and they are so pricey, so probably a one-time thing. I did an Advent last year and I loved it. And that was like my one Christmas present from my husband. But there is a Spinner's Advent that is a little less pricey, well, considerably less pricey, that I have my eye on for this year. And I was like, if you wanted to do it. Now we're getting into a section. It is turning out great. Thank you, Jane Wayne. I love it so much. It's raining here and I'm knitting and you're the perfect chill vibes and I love it. Punk Pixie, I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Very glad. So now we got into a little bit of purple. So I just passed to like a purpley pink section and now it's more of like a purpley mint section. I cannot wait to see how this spins up or knits up. Because the spinning it looks amazing, but it's hard to see the different shifts in color. Because I know some bits will be more mint and some will be more pink and some will be more purple based upon how I spun it. So I also can't wait to see how it knits up. I just like it. It's all my favorite colors. I'm so excited. I love flying and seeing how stuff turns out. The only problem is I immediately want to cast it on. And I need to wait. I gotta wash it. I gotta set the twist. Don't wanna. Smooth out that pigtail. No lumps. No lumps in this yarn. That's my goal. Use stream brand yarn. It is! And that's why I picked it to be Floof to Foot this year. It's very on brand for Stacey. Hang on. What is this? Okay. We're good. We're good. That's the part you have to have patience for, setting the twist. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I need more patience when I'm flying in general because I can't wait to see how it turns out. And I need to go slower and make sure it has less lumps and bumps. But I feel like I've gotten pretty good at that. But now it's the aftercare I need to be better at. Got your blue spin all wound up. You should post a pic. You should absolutely post a pic. I would love to see it. Bigger than you wanted, but pretty consistent. Heck yeah. So like bigger, like thicker, or bigger, like more yardage? Thicker. Okay, that's fair. I had the hardest time trying to get my... I was okay on my consistency, but I had the hardest time trying to get a weight settled. It was either lace weight or DK, and there was nothing in the middle. So now that I can make 4-ply sock yarn, it's all 4-ply fingering, I should say. It's like all that I want to spin. But it's also all that I want to knit, so that checks out too. Yeah, so we're gonna ply it today. I'm going to leave it be. I will hank it up and give it a bath tomorrow. Probably tomorrow night while Damien's streaming, so that I have minimal distractions. And then we'll leave it be until Thursday, and then we will I'll wind it up and we'll start our socks on Thursday. So I want to make sure it has plenty of time to dry, especially since it's been so wet and rainy and humid here. How back you had trouble with the color staining your hands. Can't remember the cause. It was the kind of dye that was used that was reacting to the oils on my hands. Because I didn't give it a bath before I knit it, because it was highlighter green. So anything that is overly pigmented like that, so essentially, so when people dye yarn, they give it a bath and they rinse it until it runs clear. But some overly pigmented yarns that just have a ton of dye in them, or colorways, I should say, still need to rest. So they need to hang out and let everything settle and do its magic. And then they need an additional rinse. Specifically, like red yarns are notorious for bleeding and needing an additional rinse, or extra dark navy blues. Sometimes the indigo needs an extra rinse. So this one was just the blue undertone from the highlighter green socks was coming out on my hands because it was sock madness. So I didn't have time to wash it and then let it dry before I cast on. It was go time. And I hadn't planned on using that yarn, so I hadn't rinsed it ahead of time, but that yarn and that pattern were just perfect for each other, so I couldn't help it. So after I knit it, I rinsed it and got the rest of the blue out, because after when I soaked it in the sink, the water was all teal, which made me laugh. But then I rinsed it, and wearing it around, it has not turned my feet green, so got the last of the dye out of it. When you do hand spun, usually the wool accepts, unless there's a chemical reaction or like a problem, generally I feel like the wool accepts the dye much better than indie dyed stuff for two reasons. One, my wool is not superwash, so whatever it absorbs completely. Superwash is harder because sometimes you do have that residual that comes off of it. Because it basically takes all the scales in hair, because hair is made of scales, teeny tiny scales. Takes all the hair and scales and glues it down. So It's a chemical process that they do for it. But generally speaking, because I'm not spinning superwash, I won't have that problem with a lot of bleeding unless unless the dye breaks down, which happens. It's a bad batch. It's old. There was it didn't react well to the wash on the wool. So after you spin though, it's really important to soak it because it sets the twist. Because wool has memory to it. So once you soak it, it remembers, oh, I am now yarn. So it keeps all that twist in instead of just coming unraveled. Until I can get sock weight down, all the DK weight I spin is going towards a crochet blanket. Heck yeah. Started with my first spin and have added some of each spin since. That's delightful. I am saving up scraps for Northeasternly blanket. And it is my goal to try and put in scraps of everything I spin, or save some of everything I spin to put in the blanket, I should say. Now that I'm making sock weight, because mine will be a sock weight, it won't be DK, because I want to be nice and light for my craft chair in the summertime. Sometime. All right, let me get another picture so you guys can see, because this has more of the shading on it. Then we're gonna look at this delicious blue that Jane made. Ooh. Okay, hang on. So if you wash the sock normally, the color won't stain other clothes in the washer. Bash, I hand wash all my socks. Super wash you could put in the washing machine though. But yes, it is so that it doesn't bleed on other things as well. Knit items just last longer if you hand wash them. And the nice thing about like a wool wash is you don't have to scrub it. It just needs soaking and then you just kind of squish it. It doesn't need all that agitation and stuff that a machine washer has on regular clothes. Wool is so much cleaner. Look at this. Delicious. That is super even too. That looks nummy. That's real nice, Jane. A+. That's like one of the nicest, just variegated, cool blues. I like it so much. And then this is where we're at. So now you can see that those pockets where we spun, where it has sections of pink and sections of purple, are popping in. So that's what it looks like up close for what is currently on my wheel. Everything's delicious. Only squishable things on stream today. All the pretty fluffs. Looks like Twisted Cotton Candy. It really does. Dirty Smith said that it looks like James P. Sully from Monsters Inc. colors, and it does. Well, it did when I was spinning it, but now that I'm plying it, it looks much more like Cotton Candy Unicorn Mane. But that's also because when you blend all the colors, it really softens it up. So it softens the pink and the purple and the mint. So it looks much more like a watercolor. This is so relaxing to watch. Just think about how relaxing it is for me to do. Spinning is extra relaxing. So I'm changing the hooks because the hooks go in a zigzag so that I'm filling up the bobbin as evenly as possible so we can fit as much on this puppy as possible. There's a very good chance it's not all going to fit. We'll deal with that when we get there. Thanks, guys. Very excited with how this has turned out. I've finally kind of reached the point in my spinning where like each spin is turning out better than the last. And I'm like, I've made it. I've finally made it. Better go sort out dinner before you get so relaxed you fall asleep. That is fair. Take care. Thank you again for the raid and bringing your folks over. And feel free to lurk away and do the thing. I know you also probably need to clean up from your stream earlier, so enjoy. These are going to be so pastel-y. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Hi, Leathino. For real, if you guys aren't following her, you need to. I don't need another hobby, but man, I've been eyeing some papercraft. And she has all of the coolest gadgets and toys, too. I never got into scrapbooking because I'm like, well, how much do I need to scrapbook? But she makes cards and art and boxes, and it is super cool. Yeah, I lurk in her streams in the mornings when I'm getting on Saturday mornings. I'm getting ready. I'm like, ah, yes, pretty things to look at. Totally sat here blushing away. You should. You deserve it. You are a delightful streamer. People should go watch you. You make pretty things. All of these are facts. You love the cards that she colors herself the most? Yeah, I love the layering. When she is putting it all together and she's layering it up, it astounds me. Because I can't think that far ahead with layers. This is a very chatty bobbin. Here we go. Now we're getting a nice fat section of pink in here, which is very nice to see too. Hey guys, don't forget we have The Princess Bride coming up after stream today as our Discord movie afternoon. As always, feel free to join in and then pop out, or pop in the middle, or hang out, and then if you have to go, that's cool too. I'm happy to throw it up on stream in Discord, to stream it on Discord, I should say, for anyone who would like to watch it. Like a Pokemon trainer, I need to collect them all. The toys. Do you improvise as you spin? No, the whole point. Do I improvise as I spin? Mostly when you're spinning, you want to keep it consistent. So I'll adjust as I spin to try and keep that consistency. But kind of once you start it, you kind of have to keep to it, Bash.
But I do like experimenting with color and whatnot. The Discord film is currently scheduled for 2 p.m. Eastern time. If the stream runs slightly late so I can finish this spin, we will start the movie late to accommodate. But I'll throw up an announcement when we're going live. One day I will learn the secret of this knitting malarkey. We always joke that everyone has too many hobbies. Everyone watches other makers on Twitch and we all want to do the thing. I only knit. And then I was watching like Yarn Crafters Corner and other people spinning on Twitch. And I was like, spinning is a thing? And then I got sucked in. There's a craft of making things with yarn, and there's a separate hobby of collecting yarn. Yes, spinning just helps me collect yarn. That is entirely true. We're all just big kids who need a crafting cabinet. This used to be a guest room, and now it's my office. But I feel weird saying the word office when I just want to say my crafting stash place. Also where I stream. Crafts just multiply. It's true. And then there's ones where they like cross over. Like knitting and spinning and crochet. Like... It would be easier if they didn't have so much overlap. But then they overlap and then you're like, mores, all the mores. Guest room, you mean where you store the craft supplies that are just visiting? Yes. Yes. Oh, that's delightful. That is A+. That's how I accidentally bought yarn. I oopsed it. You can always say studio. No, it's my office because so it's a 3-bedroom house. So we have our bedroom and then my husband has an office and I have an office. And this used to be the guest room and we shared an office. And that was not as ideal. And then all my crafting stuff was like, part of it was in the office and part of it was in the guest room and a lot of it was downstairs and some of it was still at my parents' house. So this was nice because finally all of my crafty things are all in one room. All together. We got the band back together. So my office is still the guest room because there is exactly enough room for a queen-size air mattress in here. And we bought the super fancy queen-size air mattress that's like raised and has a headboard and stuff. So I'm fine with that. But I'm definitely happy that we're not sharing an office anymore. What if Damien said, hey, I want to start spinning? Bash, I would lose my mind. Wouldn't know what to do with myself. Damien did say that if and when I make partner on Twitch, he would do a stream where he sat down and learned to knit with me. So there are some long-term goals for you. Because when he made partner, I played a stream of World of Tanks, even though I'm not a World of Tanks player. Did one stream where they got me a fancy sheriff account and I played World of Tanks. So he said if and when I make partner, he will do a knitting stream with me. Amber, you are correct. It is more of a studio, but I do like saying the office. My office has a nice ring to it. Also, I feel like if I call it my studio, that's just inviting more crafts, and the goal is to just keep it sustained, not add yet. If there's any crochet people in chat, I have a question. Is there a way to do cables and crochet the way you do cables and knitting? I think it ends up being more like Entrelac and Creative Automaton. I think there's a way to kind of fudge it for teeny tiny cables. But I think it ends up being more Entrelac if you want the big fat knitting cables. So I was melting in bed last night. My brain was trying to figure out how that would work. I'm sure someone's done it. You have to front post and back post for that. There we go. It's a thing you can do, but I don't know how to do it. Yeah, if it's just like 1 or 2 stitches, I don't see why you couldn't, like Yarn Crafter's Corner said, front post and back post. But if you're doing like the big fat cables, you would almost be better off with entrelac and then essentially braiding it and putting it all together after the fact. To store the craft supplies that are visiting. Oh my gosh, I'm totally using that on my husband later. We'll see how that goes. All right, we're still looking good. The way I imagine it is just for a 2x2 cable, skip 2, crochet 2, go back and crochet the 2 you skipped, but do them as longer stitches to stretch across. Maybe. I don't see why that wouldn't work. I mean, it makes sense. You'll just have to make a swatch for science. It's thunderstorming outside. Got the thunderbolts. Not gonna lie, this is one of the few times I'm glad we don't have dogs, because otherwise I'd be like, guys, I gotta go, it's thundering outside and I have to go give my dog a hug. My cats aren't fans of the thunder. Not scared. In fact, let me turn this light up. It's dark outside. Your dog is named Thor and he's scared of thunder? Some dogs are fine with thunder. That is true. Growing up, we always had dogs that like would get anxious. They were like okay if they had something to chew on. Just getting extra spin. Slower. So like we would save toys for them for thunderstorms so that they would have like new stuff to chew on. Their thunderstorm toys. My cat is a nervous guy when it's storming. He crouches really low and skulks around until he's under a table or gets snuggled up to my boyfriend. Yeah. I can tell it's thunderstorming because the dirty cat came in here. Dirty girl.
Dirty. Hi.
Are you stream kitty?
Wanna come say hi?
Dirty girl.
Here. Here. Okay.
A baby cat chasing her.
Leave her be. You.
Yeah. You can tell it's storming outside because it got real dark in this office.
That's the dirty girl. She's my step kitty. I inherited her. May have to turn the stream off. It's getting very electrically lightning very fast. Check the weather. If it's just gonna blow over, we'll keep going. The last time it stormed, we lost power. I don't want to stop the stream. Oh, it's just a teeny, just a blip. It'll blow over. We'll keep going.
Just afternoon thunder showers.
Take a ton of pictures. And I'll sort through them later. Saw a video of a guy walking his huge dog, but the dog wouldn't walk over street grading. He had to carry his 80-pound dog over it. Yes, it happens. Little dogs don't know they're little dogs, and big dogs don't know that they're big dogs. And it's hilarious. And then there's the baby cat Perkins, who chases the other two cats around, and then every time the doorbell rings, growls like a dog. Freya doesn't give a flying flip about much. Good for her. Pearl, my Pearl cat, my middle child, who's normally the one who puts her face all over the keyboard and in the camera, is just sleeping in the chair. She's, ever since I closed the window, she curled up and went to sleep. And she keeps perking her ears at the thunder, and she's just like, ah, whatever, I'm really comfortable. And I'm like, good. She's rather fearless. Thor is alpha male, but a big baby. 75-pound German Shepherd trying to climb into laps during a thunderstorm. Yeah, that's what I was picturing. I was like, I'm really glad I don't have to deal with, like, scared doggo wrangling right now. Not that I don't like it. I love cuddling pets during a thunderstorm. But I am not complaining that I don't have to do that right now. We live a very cat lifestyle. Excuse me. So, I mean, not during the pandemic, but in general, we live a cat lifestyle. Weighted vests, you can get dogs to help them during a storm and firecrackers. Yes. Also, apparently you can try and stuff them into children's clothes. Like a thunderstorm t-shirt. And I will cuddle her when she's groomed. Yeah, thunder shirts. It's a thing. I don't blame them. It's a big loud noise and it's scary and they don't know what it's coming from. Especially if there's a lot of flashes of light and they're like, man, everything's coming down. It just makes them feel like they're held. And as a big fan of the weighted blanket, I know exactly how they feel. Hold me. Dirty cat, are you getting into trouble? Are you fearless now that you're where I am? Skulking around behind the wheel. Good girl, dirty cat? Yeah. While the baby cat sits outside in the hallway, lurks. He's chilled a lot since you put up one of the crates for him to go into. Yeah, dogs like somewhere to hang. Need a place of their own.
I think that's true of most pets. Most animals need a place where they can go to where it is humans off limits. Most children, for that matter. People need that too. This section is all pink and I love it. Anybody else got fancy weekend plans? I've been talking about how I have no plans and how I'm super excited. So I don't know. I don't know if y'all have fancy weekend plans. Are you have anything nice for dinner? I made a spaghetti bolognese on Wednesday. It turned out amazing. We have been eating it all weekend or all week. It's having that last of that tonight and fresh cooked hamburgers and tater tots Sunday night. Hamburgers and tater tots. Oh yes. So I'm an adult. No, guys, so far it's looking real good. We are right on par for it looking like the yarns turned out really even, and I'm using up yarn on the bobbins evenly. Dare I say it, this may be a really good spin. I always feel so weird doing this and like patting myself on the back, but you guys don't understand how excited I am that this is turning out nice. I just found a Buy Pride shirt that says I can't think straight and I'm in love. That's delightful. That is delightful. And fun. I love a good pun. Are you still getting rain? Is the drought over? The drought is over, Bash. Thank goodness. There was that tropical storm in the Gulf of Mexico last week-ish. And it flung a bunch of clouds and rain our way. And then that must have broken it because we're finally getting all of the afternoon thunder showers. Thank goodness. So it was like super sunny this morning and then now it's raining. And then by like 5 o'clock, it'll be super sunny again. It's Florida. But I'm just happy that we've gotten so much rain because like even the aquifer was down really low. And that's when I start getting really nervous because that means that the not just the surface ground, but like all of the ground is dried out. What is going on here? What happened? Honey, what's this? I love puns so much my partner hates it. Ain't no bad joke like a dad joke. Just relaxing this weekend. You've done a lot of work to get stuff together for school, but now I'm just waiting on government to do things. They've lost my paperwork twice. Or say we have it, but it hasn't been put into the system yet. That's a super huge bummer. I hope it gets better.
had to apply for hardship when I was in college. Um, because we had a death in the family, and I had to drop out for a semester. I had to drop out before I could finish a semester because it was right at midterms, and I was failing all my midterms because I could not focus and it was really hard. And all of my professors were like, "You need to take the semester off. I'll see you in January." And I was like, "Okay." So that was all fine and well, but then because I took a semester off, all of my scholarships turned off because you can't, if you have a scholarship, you can't skip a semester apart from the summer semester. So like I really wanted to take a year off between high school and college, and I couldn't because then I wouldn't get any scholarships, any of the state or government scholarships that I had worked so hard to get. And so I had to go back in and I had to apply as an that this was, you know, a special circumstance to try and get all of my scholarships reinstated. And they're like, "Well, you haven't filed for financial hardship." And I was like, "No, because I have a scholarship. I haven't needed to file for financial hardship. You guys are paying half of my stuff. I can pay the other half. I can't pay 100%." And my dad was disabled, so we were on, you know, so he was on disability, and so we had to like apply to go before the board. And I was like, "Dad, you're coming with me." And he goes, "Why?" I'm like, "Because you're just gonna stand there and I'm gonna point at you and they're gonna see that you're a disabled person. You're my visual aid." So we got there and we got all dressed up, and it was like a court hearing kind of situation. And they say, "Okay, your case is up next, stand by." And then we were waiting and we were waiting and we were waiting. And then they said, "Okay, it's passed." And I was like, I didn't have to go in there. And what I'm 95% certain happened was that they lost our paperwork and they couldn't do anything against our case. So they had to grant it to us. And I was like, "Okay, bye." Guys, don't understand how nice this looks. I'm gonna post this picture up because this one's, it's all a bunch of bureaucracy until they try to fight it, and then they don't have a leg to stand on. There are a horde of mutts in my room.
Doggos everywhere.
Look at this. We have all the purpley bits at the top, and then all the pinky bits, and then all the mint. It's so delicious. Bureaucrats have trouble dealing with anything out of the ordinary. It certainly seems that way. Paperwork? What is paper? Someone that I work with prints everything and makes notes on all the paper, and I'm just like, no. I keep all the files digitally, and then if I need to make a note, I'll just pull it up in like Adobe Acrobat and I'll put a stamp on it, and I'm like, this is fine. She does not understand how I do it. How do you keep it all straight? I don't have 6,000 piles of paper to shuffle through every time I need to find something. So good. Do you guys ever get to the point in your crafting where you just still can't believe stuff that you've made has turned out good? You're just like, I made that. I can't believe it worked out. I made that. Like, I'm pretty over it in my knitting by now when it comes to most things except clothes, because I don't have a lot of practice knitting clothes. That's garments. That is something that I'm working on. But like when I'm spinning, I still can't believe this looks nice and that I made this. Like the desks. Did they give you the scholarships? Yes, Bash. They had to give us back the scholarships because they lost the paperwork. Basically, they lost their argument against my case. They couldn't find the paperwork, so I didn't even have to go in and present my case. They just gave it to us because they weren't prepared and we were. Thank goodness. I mean, not that we would have gotten it back regardless, but yeah. But it's just so dumb that because I took a semester off because of a death in the family, that I didn't want to fail all my classes. So if I had just stayed in school and I had failed all my classes, then I could have kept my scholarship. But the other thing we were arguing was because I was having a I had a big old family emergency and I had to drop out, that we needed a refund for that semester. That we shouldn't be charged for it for financial hardship. But we couldn't do that until they had agreed to reinstate our scholarship, which was so stupid. I don't understand why my scholarship had anything to do with, I have a family emergency, I should get my money back. Like, I'm so stunned by colleges and whatever the heck they're doing for COVID. Have been very intrigued to hear what they are doing, or in some cases not doing, in a global pandemic. But the college and the education system is something else I could complain about for ages and ages and ages. And this is supposed to be a chill stream, so we'll leave that for another day. College is doing everything in class depending upon the program, so everything is mostly virtual unless there's a lab component, which makes sense. I really liked the classes that were like the professor comes in and records one lecture for all his classes, and you can either come in, once a week to hear the lecture in person, or you can watch the video the rest of the week. And then you come in for like your class's individual small group discussions, or you came in for the big events when there was like a guest speaker or something. And then the rest of it was just, you have all week, go at your pace. I really enjoyed classes that were like that. Punk Bunny just scrambled over your lap and broke your circular needles. No. Are they nitpicks? If they're nitpicks, they'll, you can get a new pair. No questions asked. They'll replace them for you. Oh, that stinking kid. It's a good thing he's cute. Do you have another set, or was that like your only pair of that size? Because you just said it was storming and you weren't going anywhere. Oh, cheap Joanne ones, but still. It's still heartbreaking. Also, does that mean knitting time is over? I just have one. I have the Knit Picks interchangeable circular set. So I just have one of every size. So if one of those sizes snaps, I'm finding something else to knit on. My only pair of needles at all, and partner has the car today. Not gonna lie, if it were me, I would call him and be like, I need you to go to Joann's. Come here. You just stop on the way home. It's just like bread or milk. It's very important. Bash, I use circular needles for most of my knitting. I really like circular needles. Depending upon which set I'm using, some of them are breakable and some of them are not. But breakable also is a relative term. So my interchangeable ones, the ones that the needles screw into the cables and you can switch them out and change them, they are the Knit Picks wooden set. And they are, you could snap them, like if you sat on them. They are breakable. Knit Picks has a, I think it's a lifetime guarantee. I know it's like a no questions asked kind of thing. If you are using a Knit Picks needle and anything happens to it and it snaps or something happens to the cable, they will replace it for you, no questions asked. They have amazing customer service, which is very nice. So when I'm using wooden needles, I really like theirs. When I'm using the metal needles, I like the Chiagu needles, and they are surgical steel, so they are very hard to bend or warp or do things on unless you, like me, a 200-pound adult stands on them kind of thing. Or you really try. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, I'm just saying you have to try really hard. But my cat has eaten the cables, chewed the cables on them, which is more likely to happen instead of snapping them at that, or something happening to the steel needle at that point. These at work are, I totally would. They're sturdy enough unless you kneel on them. Yeah. Speaking of Knit Picks, any buying anything from this month-long sale? I am not, because they just had a summer sale where everything was 15% off, and I got a whole bunch of their Wool of the Andes roving for my birthday sweater for next January. So my goal this fall is to spin it all up to knit with it in January. So I'm not currently getting anything, but I have been so tempted. So very tempted. Because mohair is really nice, but they have like essentially an alpaca version of mohair, and I have been really wanting to try it. Mine were just acrylic. It's my first project, so I wasn't going to go crazy unless I love knitting. No, Punk Pixie. That's absolutely true. I'm so sorry, Punk Bunny. Snapped them. When I first started off, I had the super cheap hollow aluminum Susan Bates knitting set. And they were all straight needles, and then I had like a size 4 and a size 6 cable needle, and that was it. And that's what I used when I started knitting. And then as an adult, and I knit a ton in middle school and high school, and it was all acrylic, and I didn't know how I felt about it. And then I didn't knit at all during college because I was too busy. So I was working 2 part-time jobs and going to school full-time for most of it. And then after college, as a quote-unquote adult knitter, that's when I started finally being like, I should get nice things. I hate these needles. I should get nice things. And then it was fun getting to try out different things. Like bamboo versus wooden versus metal. I super glued them, so hopefully I can use them until I get another pair. There you go. If there's a kink in it, like a bump that it's catching on, you should be able to use a nail file to file down the super glue if any escaped. That's a good idea. Because in my head, I was thinking that they were bamboo, and at that point, they would have splintered. But that should work. When the Brava goes on sale, I was thinking of getting some bigger balls for sweaters. Yes, that would be the perfect time to get a sweater quantity. I jumped at the 15% before because their Wool of the Andes Roving hadn't gone on sale before. And to be fair, I still haven't seen it go on sale this month yet. I think it's probably going to be at the end of the month. Yeah, now's a great time to stock up if you're going to. Got my fingers crossed. At least you don't have your fingers glued together, which is usually what happens to me when I use super glue. I have some sweater quantities. I have one sweater quantity of DK I've gotten from Knit Picks that I have been dying to knit up that I got. Because every once in a while they'll have sweater quantity sales where if you're buying like 10 or more balls of the same type, same color, you'll get like 15 or 20% off. But it has to be the same color. So like this would be great if you wanted to do like a colorwork sweater where you're getting like 2 of this and 1 of that and 1 of that. They have Brava 500 and 2 balls of that is enough for a sweater for me. Yeah, I have not tried it, but I am deeply intrigued by the Brava 500 because it is perfect for a sweater. I use the gel stuff. I have less trouble with it. I probably should do that, Punk Pixie. That probably would be a safer option. I would use a paintbrush for application, but then I would ruin the brush. For obvious reasons, because it's super cool. Use Brava pretty much exclusively for your sweaters and you haven't had a problem with it? I would like to try it. I got, husband's sweaters out of the Knit Picks DK Tweed, and I have been enjoying knitting with that. It looks really cool. And then I got DK... who knows what. I made a hat out of it, and I really liked it. I think it's DK Swish. Swish. I haven't had a problem with any Knit Picks anything except the Capretta, which has the cashmere in it, is very pilly. So like it's great for like a hat or a cowl because it's so soft, but I would not recommend it for socks or anything that gets a lot of wear. It's not clothing appropriate. And then the Knit Picks Stroll has gotten a lot better. It used to be very fuzzy and not very crisp. It didn't have very good stitch definition. But it has been a lot better lately. I think they must have fixed whatever. I was gonna say fixed their recipe at the mill, but fixed the way they mill it or something. The palette yarn is super splitty. I haven't tried the palette yarn, but I could imagine. Yeah, the stroll that I had used was super fuzzy, so it was splitty because it was just hard to... It's just hard to use. But I think either it wasn't superwash before and it is superwash now, or they fixed it, because it's much... I got a skein of it and it's much better now. Or I should say my sister got a skein of it during the sale because I asked her. We always do that. I'm buying something from this website. Do you want anything? She had gotten a skein and it looked much better. And then their Stroll 50-gram balls has always been a better quality than their Stroll hand painted. So I don't know if maybe the hand painting got just too rough. They were like almost felting it, or I don't know. It's nicer now. That's all I know. It's nicer, and I was only going to get a bit of the roving to try it out, and then I oopsed and bought a sweater quantity. I have been accidentally buying sweater quantities worth of yarn. It's an expensive oopsing habit. It was on sale, honest. I like their DK and their worsted weight stuff. I haven't had a problem with that. I've used their lace weight. Their gloss lace weight. I enjoy that very much. That's what I'm making that lace weight shawl, brioche shawl out of, is the Swish gloss. It's got the silk in it. It's very nice. I don't know how far we are, but we're over halfway, so we're doing great. Yeah, everyone and their mother has been having a summer sale. I wish I could had more money to support more places. So all this stuff I've been trying to keep an eye on is all going on sale at the same time. And I'm like, gosh dang it, everybody slow down. And I am at capacity. Are these going to be vanilla socks? Yes. These are going to be just plain old vanilla socks for two reasons. One, I really want to show off the hand spun. So I don't want a pattern to make it look all muddy or anything. And then for two, because I'll be knitting them on stream, if they're just plain old vanilla socks, I'll have a much easier time out of it. And we'll get to hang out and they'll go a little faster. But the other Floof to foot socks that we made were just vanilla, and I let all the color do the work. Because I really wanted to show off that marling without taking away from it. And I think I will probably do the same with this because I want to show it off. And I'll probably do the same thing we did with the other yarn. Even though I know I'll have enough, I won't have to worry about running out. Where I'll knit one sock from one end and the other sock from the other end of the yarn and then meet in the middle, just to make sure that I have plenty of yarn, that we don't run out. But the last one, the one I did last year was odds and ends, so it ended up being like 75 grams, between 50 and 75. I'll have to look up how much it was. It was just 50 grams. That would make sense. And this one's a full hank. Was a full bump of roving, so it will be 104 ounces, 113 grams, unless we lost too much. I do like weighing it before and after I spin it to see if I lost much, because you know there's bits that get snagged or snarled, or little bits of fluff that get caught somewhere else that you find later.
So it's always interesting to see if you've lost much in spinning. Hi, baby. Girl Perkins. Runs out in the hallway. I suppose you lose a little lint too. Yeah, exactly. Most of it isn't like like there are occasionally bits of straw or an occasional guard hair in it, but that's not usually what most of it is. Most of it is like I was spinning and this little end got overspun and snapped, so I had to kind of pull the end off to get it to make a smooth join. So you want to make sure you're not losing a bunch from that, or, you know, cat stealing chunks of it and walking off. Which is apparently a problem in this house. And then especially it's like at the end if you have leftover. Because there's always like that last little bit where I'm like, there is no point in trying to force this onto the bobbin. I'll just pitch this last tiny bit, or I'll put it in the scrap pile for later. Oh. If I had a hand card or anything like that, I could just throw in there and then I could comb it back out and respin it, but I do not. I do not need to get into hand carding and hand dyeing any means. What is going on here? What are you doing? Stop it. Stop getting smushed together. Thank you. Everyone stay in your lane. I think if I was processing my own wool, it would be more important to weigh it, because then I would want to make sure like I wasn't losing any super fine fluff when it was being washed and it wasn't just going down the drain kind of thing. But we won't get any of that because this is already processed and dyed. I'm more than happy to pay someone to process it and make it look pretty. I don't need all the extra things. I already have more to spin and knit than I have time for. I think once I would like to get a fleece to process and card just to say that I've done it and knit like a natural color sweater. So I won't dye it, but I would wash it and comb it. I think would be very fun to do. But it is super low on the list of priorities. The goal, the dream, is to knit a hand-spun sweater, which is what I'm going to do next year. If things go well. Same. It's a nice thought. I would like to do it someday. I just don't. Not right now. No, thank you. But today is not that day. That bottom bobbin looks a little thin compared to the other three. I don't think this was quite as smooth of a skein as I was hoping. That's fine.
can overcome. We'll fudge it.
We have ways of fixing it.
Yeah, for my birthday's in January, is January 10th. So this year I did a new tradition where for my birthday present from my husband, I got a sweater's quantity of very nice yarn, and then I'm knitting myself a sweater. So the goal is to finish knitting it before next birthday, which I think I am actually on task to do. Doing quite well. While finishing up all of the other nonsense I started knitting on during COVID. And then next year's will be this sweater quantity of hand spun, hopefully, that I purchased from Knit Picks. I have a bucket list goal of making a 9th century Norse woman outfit from scratch, spinning, weaving, whole nine. Heck yeah. I'll have to wait until I'm confident enough to weave linen. That's fair. That's fair. I understand that spinning linen is completely different as well than spinning wool. I mean, it's the same in theory, but because it behaves differently. I don't know. I have definitely read it. I know it's definitely different. And then every time I looked at it, I was like, we are never going to get to that point. I'll file that away for later for problems for future Stacy. I feel like spinning linen would be harder than weaving it, but because it acts so different as a fabric, because even sewing linen is different than the modern fabrics, from what I understand. Has no stretch at all. Yes, like cotton, but most of our cotton has been blended. It's like cotton fabric is different. Tension has to be perfect for weaving. Oh. Okay, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. Yeah, it's very unforgiving when you're sewing. One, because of the edges, and then two, because there's absolutely no room to fudge it. But I don't remember what the problem with but it's also hard for spinning, but I don't remember why. I think it's because the staple length is shorter. Maybe? I don't remember. That's an amazing bucket list item though, Punk Pixie. That is the dream. That is delightful. First, because moisture changes the tension requirement, so you have to be exact. And oh yeah, oh that's true. So you'd have to spin it or weave it all relatively in the same time frame. Otherwise it would change halfway through. Cotton will give you a bit, but linen won't. It's too strong. Okay, gotcha. Okay, okay. Very interesting. That and your master's in weaving is like the whole bucket list. That's more than ambitious enough. It's a pretty good bucket list, Punk Pixie. I'd say you're pretty okay there. I don't think I have anything hard on my bucket list apart from I would like to spin and knit a hand spun sweater. I think is the only big thing that I have on there, and going to Ireland. I think everything else is like, it would be nice. Someday I would like to. Someday I will probably do a fleece. Maybe. I haven't found anything that I'm just like, must do. And the like 2 things that were must do, one I'm on track for, and the other has been rendered physically impossible by most of COVID. I already got to knock Kid off of it. I knocked Kid off of it because I'm not having any. I think we had both finally agreed that parenthood was not for us. I will be quite happy being a delightful aunt to somebody, adopted or otherwise. Find a neighborhood urchin. Or if I have a niece or nephew, they will make out like bandits. I think my parents are a little disappointed, but then we always find like the worst behaving screaming kid that we have to get stuck next to, and my mom's like, it's okay if you don't want. You can wait. I don't think she's ready for grandkids constantly. I think it's still, she's like, it's nice when they visit and then leave. Which is exactly how I feel about kids. I don't know if you guys saw that Incredibles short with Edna and Jack Jack, where Edna has to babysit Jack Jack for the evening, and it's going terrible until it turns out okay, and I just feel like that would be my style of parenting. Like terrible, terrible, okay, and please leave. Trying to get this bobbin as even as possible so we can fit as much as possible. Torturing kids is fun. Torturing kids that aren't yours is even better. I don't need children of my own to torture. Is the point I'm trying to make. Put this here. Do some crafty yarn accounting. So I don't know if you guys can see. The bottom bobbin is out. The second most bobbin is almost out. There is plenty on these other 2. So we are going to do some bobbin transfer science. A lot of leaning over, awkwardly winding. I wanted a bunch, but more than one. But one is more than enough.
Don't mind me, guys. I'm just gonna over here. This one I wish I had one of those really fun bobbin winders like Punk Pixie had. You have one, then I can have others torture it for you. Oh, jeez. Umber Hulk, if I'm having a kid, I get first dibs on torturing it, okay? Say that's good enough. Let's break this in half. Moondoggy, hello. I saw that you popped in. I'll say hi to you here proper in just a second. Stagger these ends. Out these other ends. Actually, I'm gonna unwind it for a second. So we can rewind it. Oop. So we can rewind it properly. There we go, there. Let's get these four straightened out. Popped in, but have been here. Moondoggy, no problem. We love lurkers. Goodness knows I lurk in enough other places. I have no right to call out anybody else just hanging out. I hope it's going well for you. By it, I mean your weekend, the day, life, the universe, and everything. And we'll have to spit splice that later. Those ends are not tucking in the way I want them to. That's fine. We will deal with that later. Bobbin Winder equals life. You can borrow my monster. You're just calling him a monster because he broke your knitting needles. Don't have kids until you're absolutely sure nothing else good can happen in your life. I just don't think we're going to have them, period. I'm quite okay with that.
What would we call them? Drunken pixie? I don't think so. Mayhaps. It's true, RIP needles. Did the super glue work, or are they beyond hope? All I know is my cat ate my needles once, and I was like, I don't need kids. I have all the monsters I can handle right here. Checking now. Moment of truth. Moment of truth. Put Punk Bunny down for a nap first. That's probably the safer option. Much safer. I have to do another bobbin transfer here in a second. I can see that second bobbin is getting empty. Seems solid enough. Ooh. Heck yeah. Only one way to find out. So there's the end of that one. It's tight. See. Off. All right. Myself more of a lead this time, so at the ends will tuck it better. Do the same thing. Fancy hand bobbin winder. I'll have to tell Jane Wayne she lost the bet. I did not have all of my bobbins evenly done up. I was a lot closer than I usually am, though. Usually 3 of them are 1 and the other one is way off. So the fact that I had 2 and 2 this time and that they were much closer is a very good sign. Ugh, hands are getting tired. About good enough. So let's try it. thick end. All right, there we go. So there's one. That's where this one will come into. Out. This other. That's what I want, is I want it to smooth in and then you can't necessarily see where it is. Where it's been added. Not usually that lucky. Take it. Alright. Smooth these out. Get back on that pliant train. Hide our other end. Now we're cooking with gas. Now it's a matter of bobbin chicken. Can I fit all of this onto this 3.5 ounce bobbin? We shall soon find out. Let's see, other things going on in my life. Work is going well. Work is going really well. I've been immensely enjoying working from home. I'm really enjoying Loki. No spoilers. I loved the first 2 episodes and all of the exposition. I love the setup. I'm very intrigued in what direction they're going to take it. 3rd episode was good. Felt a little fillery though. There were some good moments, but it did feel like a bit of a filler episode. I did like how they jumped right into it instead of taking longer to get the premise set up. Still not as good as WandaVision. But it could change my mind. Undecided. That storm has passed. I was worried it was gonna get real electrical. Don't mind the rain. I don't need so much lightning. You changed jobs in May? Are you enjoying it? Is it working out nicely? Are you settling in? May, I finally got to quit my crappy temporary job, quote unquote temporary job, and go back to Disney from after being on furlough. And thank goodness. Also, working from home and not driving downtown every day has been amazing. It's 2 extra hours of my life I get back Monday through Friday. I read something about a familiar for Wanda
Maybe. Weevy, hello, my dude. Come on in. We got, Weevy, we have new sub badges and we got new emotes and I got a new logo. We're so fancy now. And thank you for all those biddies. Biddies. Thank you, my dude. Everyone run and hide. Weevy's here. No, we like Weevy. I love him. Weevy, how are all of the trash panda babies? Those little raccoon babies. I don't know what this is. This is... There's a hunk of fluff here for no apparent reason. Evie, we're making yarn. We're finally at the end. We're seeing how it all turns out. So far, it looks like all the cotton candy. Jane Wayne, you missed it. I already had to do 2 bobbin transfers. So the second and 4 already had bobbin transfers, but 1 and 3 are real good. So it is more even than previously, because usually 3 of them are spot on and 1 of them is so incredibly off. So 2 and 2 is pretty good, and they're much closer. So we're getting there, but they did not go exactly. It's so interesting how that happens. Yes. So this is probably my closest spin. But they were not as dead on as you had predicted, and no one was more disappointed than me. The one that is usually off is the first. But in this case, I did spin them 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 1 and 3 and 2 and 4 are the same. And I had been expecting, and I had not expected that. Hiding won't help. Oh no, see, we ran out on 3 again. Or on 2. So let's see. So 3, probably. High-tech bobbin transfer here. Okay. Extra high-tech. I think next time I should just save a little bit of yarn and spin on like a 5th bobbin for for whichever one runs out. And like wait for like take I don't know, 20 grams out and spin and then weigh everything else equally and spin that last 20 grams separately. I'm wondering if that would be worth it or not. Got cat XXX contender and Floof. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, Weevy, your cat drama, Weevy, your porch cat drama amuses me so much. I enjoyed immensely. And thank you for more biddies. Did you just put a cherry on top? Is that like an ice cream sundae with a cherry on top? Oh no! Ruined. Ruined! Thank you. I appreciate it. Aw, the biddies!
Evie, how are you doing? Is it as hot as balls up by you as it is everywhere else in the country right now? Hot and rainy like Vietnam. My food is mush every day? Evie, do you eat outside in the rain? The storms suck, though. That's fair. Hot and rainy like Vietnam. That's delightful. Take this one. Ah. So close. I'm determined to make this a good spin. Determined to use off all of the unicorn floof. Okay. Determined to make this turn out decent. That's nice. That's nice. Back on. Back on. I buy old bread 2 or 3 times a week. Oh, their cat food. Okay. Oh no. Trying so hard, you guys don't even know. I'm cobbling these plies together. Gonna make it work. Whenever these 4 run out, that's gonna be it. We're gonna call it quits. Well, that's not bad. It's not bad. We almost ended almost on track. Let's take all the extra little bits. So there we go. So this is like what's left over at the end with all the end bits that we took off. So that's not bad. That's not a lot of waste. All right, you guys ready? Moment of truth. Here we go. Come on, camera. Come on, man. It does not want to focus. Focus. Ah, screw you, camera. Rude. Here, let's see if this one will do it. Oh, my focus is just off today. My focus. Thanks, guys. I'm very proud of this. It looks amazing. I promise to take all of the pictures. Actually, here, I'll post a picture on, do Discord picture real quick. Here we go. One more. Boop. All right. The finished product. Ah. Here we go, guys. We did it. And we're just in time for movie day. This is delightful. This timed out really great. Cardinals are fond of cat treats called Temptations. Yes, they are. Weavy, you're so nice to all the animals that hang out on your porch.